with this.
Okay, I believe we are live, live and unlisted.
Hold on just 1 second. Yeah, I can hear you. We're live and unlisted. Hold on just 1 second.
Yeah, Scott, can you please upgrade docs and mention the low 121 required?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was actually looking at that.
Zach, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, okay. I see that you passed over the ability for me to, I'm the host now. I can stop the live stream and I can do the other functionality as well. Cool. Wait, hold on. Yeah, okay, cool.
Okay, you're coming through on the live stream. Okay, nice.
Well,
okay, so can you screen share the MinScan page?
yes. How's that? Do you want me to do the Zoom function or is that all right?
It looks okay. If you go full screen, what happens?
I just went full screen. Did anything change on your end?
So you can see the browser bar, which I mean isn't the end of the world.
I could do the other way like we kind of did last time. I
Yeah.
couldn't see it myself. Let me do this, but Huey said it was fine.
Yeah, if you can try the zoom. That looks a little better if you can just center the countdown.
You might have to. How's that?
I think that looks good. So a few settings to change. One, it's showing our pictures at the top. That's not the end of the world, but can we turn that off?
Yes, of course.
Or maybe we can leave it.
You're. Hide video panel? No. Hide profile pictures, does that do anything?
No, I think this is the picture-in-picture overlay we're looking for. Or, you know, we can leave it. Maybe we do want it like this.
So I can't see what setting that you're. It's you can see me and you're saying at the top.
Yeah, let me give you the live stream link.
Okay, perfect. Oh, weird.
So you're still screen sharing, but it just moved the.
Yeah, that's why I saw that, but it wasn't supposed to move it. That's weird that it happened.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks centered now. I can see.
Let's try one more setting. So if you go up to the top where it has the host controls,
Yep.
where it says view, go to gallery.
Sorry, I'm at the top.
Yeah, this is on Zoom. If you hover over the screen, it pops up this panel that says view, and it's got standard, side by side gallery.
I do not.
In the Zoom meeting, top right of the screen.
The meeting. Okay, gallery view.
Yeah, try side by side gallery. Did that do anything?
No.
What if you change to side by side speaker? What I'm trying to get to is can we have the grid where you can see everyone at the same time?
Gotcha. Yeah. All right. I'm in the. Are you talking about the like Apple settings, or are you talking about like that bar, that Zoom bar?
No, so this is in the Zoom meeting, like if you're looking literally at the meeting with the video.
Yep.
In the top right of that screen, there's a little button that says view that you can drop down.
Ugh.
Not seeing it.
No.
Let's see, how do I explain it? Which window are you looking at?
I'm looking at three. I'm like in the Zoom window, which you can kind of see like on my screen, but I'm not
Yeah.
inside the meeting. And then I have the meeting that's like in the upper right-hand corner. I can see you in the upper right-hand corner. And then on top, I have maybe I'll stop sharing my screen so that
That could be it. Yeah, let me see if I can just screenshot what I'm looking at.
okay. View. Yeah, I see it now.
Got it.
You want me to go to which one?
Try gallery.
I'm in gallery right now.
Okay, try
I could do
Just-
immersive or speak. Or no, we already talked about immersive.
yeah, okay, so that switched it. So now you can see both of us at the same time on the live
Yeah.
stream. Which
Yeah.
set is that?
That's gallery.
Okay, this is gallery and speakers
Yeah.
the one with full screen.
Yeah, speaker. I just switched to speaker, and you see how you're speaking now, or it's going back and forth. So I'm gonna go to gallery.
So I think gallery is what we want when we're gonna have a bunch of people in here, so you can see
Uh-huh.
everything at the same time. What happens if you screen share from gallery view?
I'm screen sharing. Hold on.
Okay, so it switches to your screen and it puts a single image up in the corner. Is there a way, do you know if there's a setting in there that we can have multiple video feeds? You know how it is on Google Meet when someone's screen sharing, but you can still see like multiple video panels.
Yeah. But you can't see it, like my thing, stop share.
Okay, so in the interest of time, let's just make a call on this. Let's stay in gallery view with
Okay.
you sharing the min scan page, and we'll just have a single video feed that can switch. That's not the end of the world. If and when we get to the point that we have enough people in here that it's getting a little hectic to only have one panel, we'll just kill the screen share and go back to gallery view so everyone can be on the screen.
Okay.
But otherwise, I think we're just about set. I need to update the video description. I will do that in just a second. But otherwise, I think we're good to go.
Okay, cool. Only thing I'm getting worried about it right now is I don't know what's changed, but it says it won't let me share my screen. Your screen sharing is paused. When I try to resume share, nothing happens.
Yeah, it says Tyler Wright has started screen sharing, double click to enter full screen mode, but I don't see your screen.
I'm gonna leave the meeting and come back and see if that does anything.
Okay, it should automatically pass the host to me. But yeah.
Actually, let me see what if I can do this first. Make host.
Yeah, I have the host now.
Okay, cool.
Okay, Ty, looks like you're back. Can you hear me? Looks like the screen share is working again. Your mic is muted, Ty. It doesn't look like it's in Zoom, but I'm not hearing your audio. Hey, Artur, good morning. If you can hear me.
Can you hear me?
I can, yeah.
I'm not sure what just happened. That just made me uncomfortable. Because
Yeah.
my mic wasn't off and I couldn't hear anything.
Yeah. Artur is saying in chat. Can you add me to list so I can unmute myself? Artur can't unmute. How do we, let's see.
No, that's all right. Artur, that's on purpose.
Artur, I think I just did it. See if you can, did that
Yeah,
work?
you can.
Nice, okay.
All right, cool. I'll take that setting off for you, and then I'll just add it to anybody who.
Okay. But did you connect me through the Akash email account, or I probably actually logged in using the wrong account? 1 second.
No, you're
Oh,
fine. What I did is I just made it so that everybody has to be unmute by me. But I'm gonna take that setting off, so anybody that joins the Zoom can just like unmute themselves.
Now I think it's actually, let's keep it mute by default.
Yeah.
Maybe you can add just network members.
Yeah, oh, that's the only people that are going to be added. Everyone else is going to have the YouTube link. No one's going to have the Zoom link. So the only people that can talk are the people that we allow. Like, and Andrew Mello is not going to have a Zoom link. He'll just have to type in YouTube if he wants to.
It's just friendly reminder, Ty, we're live.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Thank you.
Yeah, Artur, we're live streaming right now on YouTube, but it's unlisted. So all of this is being recorded, but people they don't have the link yet. But just in a second, we're going to make this public and tweet the link out.
Okay.
Okay, so I think we're getting close. Ty, can you screen share the MinScan link and let's see what happens with that?
Yes. Hold on just 1 second.
Well, I'm glad we're doing this. I saw some folks in the community saying that they were even before we said we were going to live stream, they were asking if we were going to, because apparently we'd done that in years past. I guess Artur, you've been around for a while. Did we do live streams previously, like before mainnet, whatever 3? Oh, he's back on mute. Man, these mute settings are not easy. Ty, you're the host now. If you can unmute Artur when you have a second.
Yeah. Cool.
Okay, yeah, I can allow myself to speak. we haven't done, so we have done live but not streaming in the past. Normally that was pretty much Discord conversation and syncing with the validators.
Just like a live meeting that people could jump into.
No, we had like internal meetings, but not for public. So that's gonna be first time actually.
Gotcha. Oh, cool. We're breaking ground.
Do we want to share consensus state here during upgrade, or just keep the countdown?
I think the countdown, but I think once we get to that part of the show, I think I'm going to pass over to you to just like keep the consensus, like share screen with the consensus so we can see it as it's moving.
Okay. Yeah, I have it ready anyways. So.
Okay. Yeah. We'll do that a little bit. Can you see my link right now?
I can, yeah, it's displaying.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Because it says your screen sharing is paused for me.
Oh, it is actually. So the screen is sharing, but it's not live. Like the countdown isn't happening.
Is it working now?
It is, yeah. Let's just give it a few seconds to make sure it goes through to YouTube, but I think it is working.
So I think what has to happen is I have to stay in this window. Like when I try to remove and try to do other work, it like pauses the screen sharing because I'm outside the window. So I have to stay here, I guess.
That may be a setting, but also, okay, so that's a bit of an issue, right? Because that would keep you from doing anything else while we're doing this.
I might have to just leverage another computer from Huey. So I might just keep it and stay in here and just like keep it. If it's working right now as is, then I might just borrow another computer from Huey.
Yeah. That may be the way to go because I would like to set this live for folks.
Okay. So I'm just going to leave this. It's working right now, right? It's continuing to work.
It is working right now. So I think we're okay.
Yeah.
And then it looks like the way that audio is working is that when anyone talks, it just pops up the little video, which is, I think that's great. So I think we're good to go. Let me. Okay, let me tweet out the live stream link and we'll get some other folks in here. And I guess we just need to make this officially public, which we can do like this. Are you guys ready to go officially live, Archer, Ty?
Yes.
Cool.
Shoot it.
Just triple check the settings. I need to add a video description. I will do that in just a second, but that can be updated anytime. So I think we're good.
Yeah. Actually, Zach, if we can wait like maybe 3 or 5 more minutes, I'm just going to swap out computers so that I can continue to work from my laptop, and I'm going to move everything from the hosting to the other laptop that Huey's going to provide.
Sounds good. Yeah, we can wait a few minutes.
All right, cool. continue.
Hey Ty, how's the laptop search going? If you're still there.
I'm still, I'm just, cause it's new laptop, I just have to like put in YubiKey stuff and I have to get the Zoom app. Give me maybe one more, maybe 2 more minutes.
Sounds good.
Zach, yesterday, were we able to like sign me in? I don't want to hold you up. We can just take this live and I can work from the other computer if I need to, you know, and just like use this computer I have right now for the feed.
Let's go ahead and do that because I would like to set this live and get some more OCL folks in. Let's do that. I'm gonna set this live. I will tweet it out. And then I'll make a quick announcement internally. We can get some of the rest of the team in.
Cool. Sounds good.
Cool. All right. Well, the whole tech guys, I'm gonna set us live. Okay, so this should be a public link now. Let's refresh. There we go.
Yeah, I mean, and I honestly, you know, at some point, it's like.
Hey, Dennis, morning.
Gosh. Dennis, can you unmute yourself? You don't.
Okay, the tweet is out. And we lost Dennis.
Okay.
All right.
Engineers are gonna start. I think Scott said that the folks are just gonna do a little bit of work. I think obviously Archer's here now, but I think folks are gonna start joining at 11
Sounds good.
Eastern.
Shoot.
Relax.
Hey Dennis, welcome back. How does the audio work?
Hey, all good.
There we go.
Zach, whenever you have the copy, if you could just, whenever for YouTube, if you could just throw that also in Slack. I'm making something, an event right now in Discord.
Yeah, I have some placeholder copy in there right now, but I'm gonna edit it real quick and I'll give you the updated as soon as I have it.
Okay, cool.
Hey Chang, good morning.
Testing, testing. Hey there. Morning.
Hear you loud and clear. Welcome.
Excellent. Thank you.
Hey Chang, if you can help me test something real quick. If you open the live stream link in YouTube so you can see it in your browser, let me know when you do that. I'm curious if the streamer count is working because it shows you how many people are listening in.
Solid copy. Will do, Houston.
Yeah, I think that works. Cool.
All right, streamer count. This is on the YouTube UI itself.
Yeah, so right below the live stream, it shows how many people are watching. I was curious if that was really tracking in real time, but it looks like it is.
6 watching now. Started 45 minutes ago.
Yeah, we've been on for just a minute troubleshooting, but we just tweeted the link maybe a minute ago.
Nice.
So community folks should be joining. Hey Ty, I'm gonna have better copy for you in just a second, but in the meantime, do you just want to put the link in Discord so we can
Yeah, I made the link in Discord and I've already made the event. It just is missing the body copy. I took Dennis's picture and I threw in the insiders channel right now. So like folks in the insiders know, but I have it starting in at 11 only because like it only gave me 10:45 or 11. I had to start the meeting in the future.
Gotcha.
I can actually start it right now and let folks know. Actually, that's what I'll do.
Oh, I understand. You mean like you had to do like an event in Discord?
Yeah, exactly. So that event is started right now, and the link to the YouTube should be in there inside Discord.
Sounds good. And that goes out to everybody in Discord.
I'm gonna make an announcement probably at 11. But again, I put an announcement in the insider channel. Anybody that looks at the events bar in Discord should see it. But I can make a more general announcement. And the announcement.
Yeah, I would say if you're ready, let's make an announcement, get in front of everybody.
Sounds good.
Hey, Andrew, I see you in the chat there. Good morning.
There was about a 5 to 8 second delay, something like that, between us talking and it registering on YouTube.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a lag there. That's actually a little faster than it was. We were testing this out yesterday, and it was even lagging more than that. So we'll take it. 5 to 8 seconds, not too bad. Andrew says he has made an announcement in Telegram. Thank you for that. And Huey in the chat as well. GM. Andrew, should people ask questions in the chat here? If any of us are doc for questions, yeah, feel free to put questions in the chat. We'll keep an eye on it throughout the day. And for anyone that's joining now, this is going to be a little informal for the next couple hours until we get a little closer to the upgrade itself, and then we'll have more people from the team. And Greg should be joining shortly, and definitely will a little bit later, and we can touch on questions. But if you have any now, feel free to leave them in the chat, and we'll keep an eye and kind of answer as they come in.
All right, just do an announcement in Discord, a general announcement that links to live stream, links to the support ticket around the upgrade, and then a countdown as well.
Sounds good.
I think I mentioned at the top, I'll just reiterate for those listening in, there will be a Jigger from the Praetor team is going to give a demo later this afternoon about using Praetor as a provider build tool. Again, providers will be upgrading their infrastructure when they are prompted by folks from the core team. The first step is when the upgrade or when the block height has been reached for validators to upgrade. And then again, there will be some testing of the network. There will be some internal testing of upgrading of providers, and then announcement will be made to the community that they can upgrade providers. I know that the Praetor team is getting ready for folks that use the Praetor path, and we will, again, the Praetor team will be on Discord actively today to help anybody that has any questions during the provider upgrade process using Praetor. But then when there is a little bit of time, the Praetor team plans to do, again, a short demo to show folks in the community how to use Praetor as a provider build tool. So look out for that this afternoon.
Hey, Ty, when you, excuse me, when you have a minute, could you jump back to the MinScan countdown on your screen share? Thanks, Ty. Yeah, that's good. Hey everyone joining in the chat. Hey Delray, good to see you. Resiak, is the stream muted or issue on your device? We're just screen sharing at the moment, so we're going to be a little slow going for the first couple hours here. But as we get closer to the upgrade time, we'll have some more people from the team, and Greg will be joining as well. So bear with us here for the next couple hours or so. Yeah, Del Rey in the chat. Remember to like and share so the YouTube algo amplifies. That is a good call. If anybody's listening in, feel free to give a thumbs up, and definitely feel free to share this link to anyone you like. Hey Luna, yeah, good call. Some music maybe for the background would not be a bad idea. Ty, while you're there, could you take a look at the settings? The idea should be that we have a gallery of people. I think right now it's just displaying my screen, which is not a problem per se, but maybe we can get some other folks in here as well. I think it's in the view settings at the top of the screen. You should be able to do side-by-side gallery.
Says I'm in the gallery right now.
Okay. The idea is that it should switch the stream video to who's ever talking, but I'm not seeing you come up. It's just me the whole time.
I'm in speaker mode right now. I see you, big screen, Zach. I just switched to gallery mode. Now I can see you and Chang.
Yeah, so this is on the live stream, but what the feed is now is it's your screen share, but it's like it's permanently my video feed. Chang, could you just say something real quick so we can see if the speaker switches? Okay, now it's just Chang and I on the live stream.
All right, testing.
Yeah, I can hear your audio okay. But we lost Ty, we lost you and we lost your live stream or your screen share, I should say.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I stopped sharing the screen because I don't know if I could do it while. Can you hear me? Can you hear me just fine?
I can, yeah.
All right. Screen sharing is happening now.
For anyone in the background, thanks for bearing with us. We're just working through some last minute technical things, but we'll have it all ironed out shortly. Hey Luna, if you're still in the audience there, who are you hearing from your end? Is it just Chang and I? Can you hear Ty as well? Okay, so Huey and Luna are both saying they can hear everyone. Perfect.
Hold on just one. I was actually, I heard a request about some music, but I'm like, what licensed music can I play? You know, are we talking Chief Keef or no? Just kidding. But yeah, I can share my computer sound and go on Spotify. I just need some recommendations if we do go that route.
We just need some royalties.
Should we unveil to the public that we've been working on the Overclock Labs acapella team?
We may have to spare the general public from that one. A little more practice, we'll get there.
No, I think it's a good call out, Chang. Yes, we should lead us in the first couple of notes of that song we've been practicing.
I think my connection's breaking down, guys. Sorry. I can play the tambourine. How about that? I'm the tambourine guy.
Just to give everyone who's listening in the audience an idea of what's happening. So we're in the final stages preparing for the upgrade. So a few of us from the OCL team are here in the stream. There's another set of folks in the background working away, and then we're also doing some things in the background. So the stream may be a little slow for the next hour or so. We just wanted to get everything live and to open up the chat for you guys. So definitely feel free to chat there, and we'll be picking up the programming a little bit in an hour or so. Hey, Roger, you're welcome. That's actually a good point. Ty, you probably have the latest on this, but for folks that want to join in to hear Greg and to hear the rest of the engineering team, what's our latest on the timing for that? I think we were thinking around 11:30 Eastern, roughly.
Yeah, some of the engineers I think are going to be joining in the next like 10-15 minutes, and then I think we plan to have Greg on a little bit closer to the block height being reached. I think we're about 2 hours out right now from again reaching block height 12,606,074. Nice. But again, I think as Zach, you mentioned, the programming should pick up a little bit closer to that. So, yeah. There'll be plenty of time for Greg and others. I know the engineering team has been working with the community over the last couple of days, and frankly, over the last couple of weeks on testing a number of things. And again, I think we're in the last phases of the Praetor team has access to the upgrade process so that they can update the Praetor tooling. And then again, there's just some internal testing that is being done by Scott and some others. And I think Archer's just in a holding pattern just to make sure things are moving on all right. And then we have also Andre, who's just been working on the Helm charts. But again, I think that's in a state that's already been verified, and we're just, again, going to be waiting until the provider, until the upgrade happens, until we get a green light from Archer to start testing. And then we'll do some internal testing of some updating and upgrading some provider tooling managed by Overclock Labs team. Usually, you know, in the war rooms in times past, it's really been very much like this, where it's been engineers in the room. Again, a lot of 95% of the prep work is done, and now it's just like really a waiting period. And so Archer, Scott, and other members of the Andre, other members of the engineering team are just kind of sitting and waiting and just making sure all ducks in a row. I know as we get closer to the upgrade, we'll connect with Pikachu and other core validators to make sure that there's a proper snapshot. I think Andre is also preparing a snapshot. But again, that won't happen for another hour and a half or so. So sometimes it's just a lot of work has been done to this point, and now in the final 2 hours, we just wait a little bit and cross our fingers and eat some snacks and get some drinks before things get hectic. Or fun.
Great
or
effort, Ty. Thank you. Just real quick, because your video is not coming through on the feed. For everyone listening, did you guys just hear that minute or two from Ty? I just want to make sure your audio is coming through okay to everyone in the audience. And then Luna asked, will the live stream stay up while we upgrade? Yes, this stream is gonna be running all day through to 3 to 4 p.m. Eastern. So you'll get to see the full live stream of the upgrade process.
Zach, just want to confirm that my video is working now while I'm talking.
I can see in the Zoom meeting, I guess we'll have to wait a few seconds for your feed to come through on the live, but it looks okay to me. And as I say that, I don't think the video feed is switching Ty. I think I'm permanently stuck on the live stream. Could you just check the settings real quick?
Am I live streaming?
Hey, Greg. Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Hello, world.
Good sound coming through loud and clear.
You hear that?
All right, I see Scott in here. I see Archer in here. I see Anil in here and Joseph in here as well. I just want to do a quick roll call for the engineering folks. Is there anything as we prep? We're about an hour 57 out. Is there anything? I know that all the necessary steps as we prep the provider upgrade and again the validators upgrade have been taken care of, and announcements will follow up soon. Is there anything on the engineering side, Archer, Scott, or others that you all want to talk about?
No, not for me. We have all releases up. We have upgrading for up and ready.
Thank you. Seraphine, you want to say hi? No, he's not having it. Okay. Yeah, love to. Yes, it is possible to distribute the training across different GPUs. In fact, there is a proposal on Akash discussions talking about how they plan to use about 24,000 A100 GPU hours to train Akash across a distributed cluster. Should go check that out using Ray and whatnot. So it really comes down to what your batch sizes are and how your model parallelization strategy looks like, what your gradient compression looks like and whatnot. So there's quite a lot of tools at hand you have at your disposal to optimize the model to be heavily distributed, right? So obviously taking into consideration the latency that you incur during message passing, the further away the distributed clusters are. So yes, it is possible to train on a geographically distributed clusters on Akash.
Hi, Lev. I just dropped the link in there to proposal that Greg was just talking about. So go ahead and check that out. You can read the whole text there. And also for anyone else in the audience, if you have questions about the mainnet upgrade or about Akash or anything in general, feel free to just leave them in the chat and we'll get to them as they come in.
So Seekan asks how take fees work. It's described in length in our AKT 2.0 proposal and subsequent discussions about how the take fee works. But to summarize, it's very straightforward. There's a percentage of the hosting fees that's paid by the tenants to the providers goes to incentivizing aspects of Akash that are important, either security or growth. And that looks like essentially, in reality, it really looks like a dividend of some sorts to the AKT stakers that stake for security, right? Because without AKT staking, there is no Akash blockchain, and the security of the AKT Akash blockchain is directly proportional to the value of the AKT, right? That's how proof of stake networks work. So there needs to be some incentive for AKT stakers to be able to stake and secure the network. So in exchange for that security, the Akash users will pay the AKT stakers a take fee. And obviously, the higher economic throughput there is for the network, the higher security it gets, because that's how it's supposed to be. The chain is being used a lot. It should be a lot more secure. If it's not being as much as it should be used, it should be a lot less secure. So it's very aligned model to the usage of the chain. Hope that answers your question. Mark Jones asks, does the team anticipate improvement in average block time as a result of the upgrade? The answer is no. The average block time, there is no reason to upgrade the block time. In fact, if you upgrade the block time, it'll break a lot of things. The block time is not a function of performance for the blockchain. It is really a function of, how many blocks are anticipated, and really function of what the network is designed to do, right? So a 6-second block, for example, is a standard blockchain, standard number that we went ahead from the genesis, and every aspect of Akash network is designed around that, right? So for example, you have something called timeouts for your orders. But the default timeout for an order is 5 blocks. So that means it's 5 times 6, which is 30 seconds. So if the blockchain reduces, that default timeout should also adjust, and that's a governance parameter. So a lot of things depend on the fact that it's a 6-second blockchain, block time. So, and the more number of blocks means larger ledger. That's also detrimental to the security of the network, because it increases the costs for maintaining the ledger. So block time improvement is not necessarily correlated to the improvement or performance of the network. And it's really a design choice that was made. And the only reason why you want to improve the blockchain maybe is to change the assumptions in terms of times and whatnot, right? So behavior is not going to change anytime soon. So another reason maybe you want to increase the block time is if the transaction throughput is significant to a point that too many transactions go in a block, then there could be a reason to improve it. But right now, there's no absolute reason to change it. So the answer to your question is no, the block times will not change.
Another reason for that would be timeouts for validators. So they heavily rely on the block time as well. Considering we have right now, over 100 validators, decreasing block time, and they spread over the world, decreasing block time may actually cause a network to halt. So even decision to change it by a small amount has to be really heavily tested for quite a long time. So yeah, there's no way it's going to be changing now.
Correct. So yeah, a lot of things will break if the block time changes, right? So order timeouts, validated timeouts, and whatnot. So there's quite a lot of like consensus that need to that need to occur across the board, and that's why block time is actually a parameter that can be changed in governance. So people need to agree and accept and make the according changes in their software in order for that to change. Steve Daly asks if the effect, explain the effect payments in stable coins will have on AKT token. What are the positives and negatives? Again, we described how AKT stable payments will impact AKT. It is net positive. Why? Because, well, AKT stable payments significantly improve the user experience, right? Especially for long running workloads where if you have applications like a model that's being trained for 7 days or a website is running for a few years or whatnot, right? Paying in AKT is detrimental for the user experience because the value of AKT is volatile. So depending on if it's up or down, either the provider or the tenant gets impacted, which is not good. So the solution obviously is to have a stable exchange of value, but having stable exchange of value means it's going to undermine AKT tokens utility. So that's why we introduce a notion of a take fee, because the value of AKT is directly proportional to the security of the blockchain, being a proof of stake blockchain. It's very important the value of AKT is aligned with the usage of the network. That means the higher the usage of Akash network, the higher AKT value should be. In order for that to happen, there's a take model, a take fee that was introduced with this stable payments. That means a percentage of AKT of the fee will essentially be taken from the hosting fees and distributed to stakers and other incentive pools, and some of it burned, right? Burned in the sense it will go buy AKT of a decentralized exchange, a market buy, and it will burn that AKT. So that way the AKT value is proportional to the economic value, right? So more people use Akash network, more people paying stable coins, that means AKT value will increase, and less people using AKT means it doesn't really matter, right? Because the security should be proportional to the usage. So that's why, yes, stable coins will actually improve AKT value and thereby secure the Akash blockchain much better than using pure AKT. Of course, there's also another interesting component. The take fee is currency specific. So each currency has its own take model. I think the expectation of 20% for USDC and almost no take fee for AKT. That means if you use AKT, you will be using for free, essentially. So yeah, there is some incentive for you to use AKT as well. Kahilov asks, Akash is created with Cosmos SDK. Do any upgrades ever propagate from Cosmos SDK to Akash network? If so, any major ones in the future? I mean, all Cosmos SDK upgrades propagate to Akash network. We stay in sync with the upstream. And one of the key reasons why we chose Cosmos SDK is to make sure that we can propagate all the good stuff happening on SDK to Akash, so we don't have to build it ourselves. For historic, if you look back history, right, Akash was essentially the first Cosmos SDK blockchain. In fact, the first chain to connect to Cosmos Hub. We started using Tendermint, which is a precursor to Cosmos SDK, since really late 2017, early 2018 timeframe. So we were one of the first projects to be building on this new library. We back then there were no modules like we have now for accounts or staking or governance and whatnot. So we Overclock Labs ended up building a lot of these modules ourselves. And in parallel, Cosmos SDK was building too. And there came a point where we needed to upgrade, and we threw away about 90,000 lines of code that we wrote and chose to go with Cosmos SDK. And the reason for that is to be on the receiving end of all the greatest and the good things that come with Cosmos SDK upgrades, right? So that's one of the key reasons why open source software benefits through collaboration, through using libraries. So yes, we get to benefit incredibly from Cosmos SDK, and we get to also, contribute back to Cosmos SDK in things that we do. And we're also, funding or working on key upgrades. Mesh security is another big one that's coming very soon. Akash, Osmosis, and Secret, I believe, or Juno, I believe, is another network that's actually sponsoring the funding. So we do quite a lot of, bilateral sort of work with Cosmos SDK, and we're very committed to ensuring the success of the SDK. New upgrades, there are quite a lot of major upgrades in the works, right? Like besides Mesh, we have fee abstraction, which is very exciting for us because fee abstraction lets you pay in any currency that's IBC enabled for gas fees. So that way you'll be able to pay gas fees in USDC and the hosting fees in USDC. And there's some sort of a mechanism to convert the USDC into AKT and distribute that to validators. So there's quite a lot of exciting stuff like that happening. I believe there's some work in the interchain account space where you can essentially have an account on a different blockchain, manage transactions or perform transactions on a Akash chain. So that opens up incredible composability. Quite a lot happening in the Cosmos SDK sphere that Akash will greatly benefit. And we try to stay upstream as much as possible while maintaining stability, right? So there's a careful balance we need to maintain to ensure that Akash is reliable as a blockchain. So yeah, there's a lot of bilateral work that happens between SDK and Akash chain. How to check Supercloud usage once it will be launched? Are there tools for non-coders to see it works? Absolutely. There are several explorers. CloudMouse is an amazing explorer. There is Praetor, which is an awesome explorer. And that Praetor it comes from a provider side. CloudMouse comes from a developer side. Yeah, these two I think are amazing ways to get an idea as to what's happening on Akash network.
I just saw a question in the YouTube live stream chat from Steve Daly asking Greg, how does the team plan to market the new service to the business community in order to maximize the potential of AI and cloud computing and put AKT firmly on the map?
Distribution, right? So the landscape for AI is, if you haven't been paying attention over the last few months, is very different from your traditional cloud in the sense there's more demand than supply. So Akash is in a very unique place because the first time the network is offering what a traditional cloud cannot offer, which is access to A100s and H100 GPUs, right? So how does it feel, or how does it work when you have one of the most rarest commodities on the market available on the network, right? So we don't anticipate too much reluctance from people to use the chips that we have. So with that said, the second step is how do we distribute this cloud to the people that want, right? So the answer is really go to places where people want them. So if you look at where machine learning developers are right now, congregated in places like Hugging Face and in places, for the most part, Twitter. There's a lot of, organic sort of like channels, be it podcasts and whatnot. So there's this organic sort of like, channels that we're optimizing for. At the same time, there are non-organic, which is paid channels that we're optimizing for. A simple Google search for an H100 and A100 should turn out Akash as the first place, or a simple conversation on social media about A100s and H100s, Akash should be turning up, right? So a combination of a classic organic and non-organic methods are going to be our first line of distribution, along with key partnerships, right? And key partnerships really come from demand side. It'll be premature for me to announce what these partnerships will look like, but essentially, what they entice is what they will entitle is really bringing the user base of that distribution channel onto Akash from a demand side, right? As well as supply side as well, but the demand side is really what we're optimizing for. And second key besides distribution is removing barriers of entry, right? So current barrier of entry for Akash network usage is the non-custodial nature. What that means is, in order Akash being a decentralized and open network, in order to use Akash, you need to secure your funds in a non-custodial way. It means you got to bring a wallet, you got to acquire AKT tokens off market. And if you really put that in the user journey, this aspect of usage leads to high friction. In a number of cases, we see users having to spend at least 15, if not 30 minutes to set up your wallet, back up your keys, go to one of the exchanges, perform KYC. If you're lucky, you get US and whatnot. So there's enormous amounts of friction that's introduced for someone that's literally here to get a bunch of GPUs and use them accordingly, right? So removing those barriers is very important. And the way we do that is by offering a product to the market the way the market anticipates, right? So that's really where we talk about the product and the market having a product market fit. So yes, Overclock Labs is also working on several key products to ensure there's a smooth running. The goal is to onboard a machine learning developer within 30 seconds of their first touch point on the website, right? So there's quite a lot of work we're doing to both improve distribution and reduce friction. Hope that answers your question, Steve. Harsha asks, at this point, how strong is the supply side interest with chip availability? Do we have any existing clients or large vendors that can offer adequate quantity of supply? The answer is yes. So to give you a landscape, right, of the market, NVIDIA makes the best chips and the software that is optimal for machine learning. So in that, the high-end chips, the H100s and A100s, happen to be most in demand. So numerous press, numerous articles that talk about this sort of like new GPU supply crisis, right? So, and the reason for that is most companies today are used to going to the cloud, be it Amazon, Google, or Microsoft, to acquire cloud capability, and GPUs are no different. Turns out you cannot get H100s and A100s on Amazon. Why? NVIDIA chose not to give it to them. Why? Because at some point in the last few years, these big cloud companies tried to build their own GPUs and compete with NVIDIA. So NVIDIA considers these large cloud companies to be competitors, right? So even though they offer the best user experience, they do not have content. So without content, there is no point of a platform, right? Content being GPUs here. So there's no, so, and these cloud companies are now at a disadvantage. So what NVIDIA is choosing to do is distribute the chips, fragment the market so that they have more control over the customer. So the chips are right now distributed to companies like CoreWeave, Lambdas, and a lot of the second tier. There are about 20 of these smaller cloud providers that have direct access to NVIDIA, and a lot more providers that have good relations with the distributors of NVIDIA, which is Supermicros and Dells, all having past relationships are leveraging to get these chips as quick as possible. So it's easier to get small because the demand is so high. I mean, NVIDIA results speak for themselves. Their data center sales were up by, I don't even know, like 100% or 170% this quarter. So obviously you can see there's a lot of demand from data centers getting these chips. So NVIDIA it's easier to get small batches from NVIDIA than large batches, right? So what it means is the proud, so far, Akash has been very, very, since the launch, we've been very good with smaller providers. And it's very clear a lot of the providers on Akash are the regional ones. And now these regional providers have chips, more chips than the big guys, right? CoreWeave has 35,000 H100s, significantly more than Google Cloud. And so, yes, we do have, because the market is so fragmented, and that's not good for the user, because user ideally wants to come to an Amazon or a Google and get all the chips they want. And because the market is fragmented, a marketplace like Akash that concentrates the fragmented market is an ideal choice for developers, because you have one integration now instead of integrating with 30, 40 providers, and one-stop shop. You get all these GPUs you want, and then you apply whatever techniques you need to do to distribute the workloads across these providers, right? So yes, there are several key partners from Overclock Labs that has been doing the heavy lifting in terms of establishing these BDA releases leading up to the mainnet, and we have significantly a lot more relationships down the pipeline that will be that'll be revealed in the next few weeks or months as we go about reaching the market that we're targeting. So there's a lot of excitement, and the ball is in our court, and instead of the big cloud providers to right now with GPUs. Hope that answers your question, Harsha. Is there a chance of partnership with AKT and NVIDIA in the future? Do you see this as a possible? I mean, absolutely, right? And I think a big alignment with NVIDIA and Akash network is NVIDIA is choosing to fragment the market so they have more control over the customer. But that leads to a not so great user experience, because fragmentation always leads to more work on the developer. And where Akash is really offering is concentration of the fragmented market without centralization. So Akash is offering a solution to NVIDIA, essentially that hey, you don't have to have the centralization risk, which is the reason why you're choosing to distribute your chips. But hey, we can fix that user experience problem through concentration. And Akash being a decentralized and permissionless network, no one controls Akash network. So NVIDIA using Akash network means NVIDIA has its sovereignty or what they want and how they want to use the network. So I think it's great benefit for NVIDIA to be on Akash and to have a partnership. And is it a possibility down the line? It's a possibility, but I'm not going to disclose our efforts prematurely, as you may understand why. So, and I'm not saying that we have a partnership or we have any sort of like communication with them. So, but Overclock Labs always is on the field doing BD work and partnerships work, and yeah, the possibility of NVIDIA partnerships is definitely on the ground because there's a lot of advantage here. Right? It's very clear to see the value proposition. Hope that answers your question, Steve. Manish Singh, do we have any comparison in terms of how training and inference on Akash is compared to earlier training and perhaps other? I'm not sure if I understood your question, Manish Singh. Are you saying there is no other decentralized network that can do training? So there is no comparison. Akash is the only network that can do full, training. Inference. So inference is sure. Inference is. There is other network rendered that does stable diffusion inference. It can only do one model, which is stable diffusion. And they charge about 25 cents per inference job. That means imagine you using ChatGPT and paying 25 cents for every prompt you get. So that's how render works. Akash is effectively, you pay for the GPU hour. So you pay, say if you're inferring on an A100, it costs about $1 something for 1 hour. So how many ever results you get in that 1 hour, which is a lot. I mean, you can get quite a lot in a second, right? So you pay like you would normally pay the cloud. And Akash can do 15,000 models. I mean, it's not only one model, right? So for a comparison, Akash is the most capable GPU cloud out there. There's nothing that comes close. And if you go to our blog, we published a benchmarking based on the testnet. So that'll give you an idea on performance. I mean, we haven't obviously compared to anything because there's nothing to compare to, right? So hope that answers your question, Manish Singh.
Greg, I see a couple other questions in the chat. Before you move on to those other questions, I just want to throw out there just for Artur, Scott, and Andre. Again, we've been continuing to talk to validators in the Discord validator specific channel. That's where coordination will continue as we move towards the upgrade. Just want to shout out Pokachu, who's a part of the Akash community, who said he'll be taking a snapshot within 30 minutes of the upgrade. So that'll be, again, a backup snapshot that will be available to the community and validators just in case. And then Andre, who's on this call, part of the Overclock core team, will also be taking another snapshot 1 block before the upgrade height, just so we have a couple of options. Artur, Scott, Andre, is there anything that you want me to share with Pokachu? Or are we good there? And I can pass it back to Greg to continue answering questions from the YouTube live stream comments.
I will just type in the validators chat on Discord.
Excellent. All right, perfect. Back to you, Greg. Thank you.
Just to jump in really quickly, Manish, I'm going to put the link to the benchmarking stats that Greg was just mentioning in the chat, so you can check out the full blog post there.
A cost of Akash NVIDIA, is it possible? I answered that question. If you want to go back to this live stream, you'll be able to see those responses. Sham Sarkar, GM Greg, love the project. What is our agenda for 2024 in terms of additional improvements? Oof, that's a loaded question. It's a lot happening in 2024. I mean, I think we're still in 2023, right? So it's a lot happening in 2023 as well. But the big thing this year is you're going to see a lot more interfaces for Akash, a lot more distribution. So I think we have an incredible product that's very valuable in the market. There's clear need and demand for GPUs that's been validated over and over by many, many people. In fact, Elon Musk recently said GPUs are way harder to get than drugs, even though there's a low bar in San Francisco. But you understand the spirit of the conversation. Sam Altman, the OpenAI CEO, said their biggest limitation to scale the company is access to GPUs. And they have to slow down the product by choice because they do not have any GPUs, more GPUs to throw at it. And OpenAI is on track to make $1 billion this year. So $1 billion company in revenue run rate with, I believe, $30 billion in cash is unable to get GPUs. So you can clearly see there's a demand for GPUs here. And Akash has an amazing model to get these GPUs from places where GPUs are unable to leave the building, right? So now the question is, how do we distribute this, right? How do we get in front of people that want these GPUs? And that's going to be our primary focus over the next year or two, right? So that's really where we are at. There's going to be adoption, which is distribution. Adoption is two-pronged, right? Like this distribution as well as product in terms of reducing the barriers for entry for the product standpoint and improving the access and places how and where you can get Akash. So that's going to be our primary focus. Any plans to attach more adoption to new GPU market, better marketing? Better marketing is not the answer. It's distribution and product is the answer. Kahilavi, will 48,000 be sufficient for training an impactful AI model, the Akash AI? I think you're referring to the recent proposal for a Thumper AI model. The 48,000 is just for that model. Obviously, the cost differs based on the model. It comes down to how large a model is, and that comes down to how many parameters a model has, right? So it really depends on that parameter size and the cost, and the type of GPUs it requires for training. That determines the cost of training, right? So you can train a foundational model with 48,000. In fact, you can train a foundational model with a lot less as well, depending on how you want the model to perform and how big you want to go. It's like the question you're asking is like, is it like, say you have a car and like, is it the question, if you had to rephrase the question, it looks like something like, hey, will $100 be sufficient to drive the car? I'm like, yeah, it's sufficient to drive the car. But if you want to go, sufficient to drive the car, maybe like 100 miles, right? Or 400 miles, right? But if you want to go 1,000 miles, you probably need more, right? So it really comes down to how much and how long you want to train. So that's the answer. Nikos Dita asks, so I understand the demand for H100s and A100s. What are the target groups of suppliers? I've written an extensive thread on Twitter. I hope you can share the thread, if anybody. But let me try to find that so you can the answer will be there. Give me a second here. Got it. All right. The answer is this. Nikos Dita. It comes down to, yes, there is a demand for H100s, but there's quite a lot of underutilization for H100s, and that comes down to the way these H100s and A100s are being distributed to customers. So a lot of times to acquire these chips, you need to get into long contracts with cloud providers, be it tier one, be it tier two. For the most part, we have the regional cloud providers that have a lot more demand, a lot more supply, right? So, if you want to use or get H100s, you got to get into these long-term contracts with or without a need for them, right? So, because as a startup company, there's no way to know like what your needs are going to be because you iterate so quickly. So Akash is providing a way for these companies that get into these long-term contracts to offload their capacity and resell that on Akash. That's a big way, but there are 5 other ways that you can get, and check out the Twitter thread to get more.
Greg, I'm not sure if you did already, but can you post that thread in the YouTube chat?
I did.
Okay. Not sure if it's showing up for me. Manish asked, do you foresee any centralization threats to your network going forward?
Oh, there's always centralization threats. I mean, NVIDIA is the biggest centralization point, right? So, like fortunately, from a GPU distribution, NVIDIA has fragmented the market enough. There's not a single player with a lot of GPUs. It's very well distributed, so I don't think we have too much risk there. Only risk I would see is on the demand side. What if there is one player that wants all the GPUs, and then that player is essentially pricing everyone else out? So that could be one centralization risk. We have AI centralization risk, where if there is an AI that's trying to self-replicate and self-learn, right? It is going to try to get all the GPUs on the network, because Akash being permissionless, no one can stop you from using the GPUs on Akash, right? So we do have a risk of that AI just taking all the GPUs on Akash and outbidding everybody and preventing anybody from being able to get GPUs. And the worst is, because Akash will be enabling incentives, right? There are essentially provider incentives for you to bring GPUs on the network, and you get all the liquidity mining and whatnot. So in order to attract more GPUs onto the network, we just need to increase the incentives. So you can see a scenario where a AI bot or AI in general could play the market in a way that'll increase the incentive pool for Akash, thereby attracting more GPUs and thereby consuming the GPUs too. So there's all kinds of risks that we look at from how AI could leverage Akash, right? When a non-human player enters the market. So it is kind of scary a little bit. I don't have answers to those questions as of now, but yes, there is that threat.
Hey, Greg, really quick. I'm not seeing the link to the thread coming through. Maybe it didn't post for whatever reason. Could you try just posting it one more time? And Nikos, let us know if you're seeing that or not.
I'll post it again. I don't know. I'll post a link here in the Slack. Okay. Harsha Mule asks, how do you look at Akash's flexibility if other chip companies like AMD, etc., have a big market share for AI specific? Akash is general purpose. It supports pretty much any chip. It's not NVIDIA alone, right? So, and in fact, so regardless of what the demand supply is going to be, Akash is obviously almost all the time going to optimize for highest demand chipsets, right? So I don't see any restrictions of AMD using Akash, but AMD really, I think, has at least 2 more years by the time they can make anything competitive to NVIDIA at this point. So, and we'll be absolutely working, we're following AMD quite well. In fact, there's a AI scientist and engineer called George Holtz, who's very well respected in the space. He founded a company called TinyGrad to bring AMD chips. He's rewriting the SDK for AMD to make it more usable for AI and machine learning workloads. And we ordered, Overclock Labs ordered the first set of boxes as a release. So we'll be able to put the best AMD chips when they come out on Akash network way faster than in any other cloud, right? So we're top of the we're very, very focused on ensuring there is a diversification in terms of chips. It comes down to like, can the workloads or applications build on AMD SDK? We got to see that. I mean, we'll be supporting any initiative there. So yeah, and we're looking at other chips as well. So Intel's overall, anyone that makes a GPU, I think, should be on Akash, right? And that's the whole point of an open marketplace. What happens if the car runs out of gas and there's no more available cars to get you to your destination? Then you're screwed. If you don't have money, you can't pay. Sorry, it's really no other answer. Juice. What happens if you run out of air? You die. Yeah.
I know we're about approximately an hour out from, again, reaching the block height. I do want to give Greg the ability to grab some food and drink before it gets a little bit more hectic. So maybe we can hold a couple of questions for Greg for a little bit while he gets some food. And then again, we can continue to talk amongst ourselves and prep for the mainnet 6 upgrade. As Greg mentioned, feel free to post those questions, and then Zach and myself will just note those questions, and when Greg returns, then we can pick it up. But again, we're about approximately an hour out from the mainnet 6 block height being reached. So again, please get yourself hydrated. I know there's some folks, as a part of a decentralized infrastructure, there are folks around the world that are validators on the Akash network. So we appreciate everybody that's staying up in the middle of the night to make sure that they're upgrading their validators. Much appreciate everybody. Again, I know there's some folks that are sleeping and are about to wake up to upgrade, but if anybody here in the live stream needs to take a quick second to get themselves adjusted, please do so. And again, keep those questions coming. Sorry, Zach, I'll pass it back to you.
Yeah, and just to let everyone know, the way the stream is set up, we have some folks from the overclock team that are also on the back end and can jump on camera or audio or into the chat. So if you have any questions while Greg is away, feel free to leave them in the YouTube chat and we'll get to them as they come in, and maybe some folks from overclock can answer a few of those as well.
Yeah, one of the things I want to call out that I know that the engineering group is working on is just to reiterate again, the first phase of the mainnet 6 upgrade is going to involve the validators. After that phase is complete and the mainnet is producing blocks, members of the core team will just confirm the stability of the network, and we'll do some initial internal testing on upgrading of providers. After the internal testing is complete and the instructions that have already been laid out and shared with some members of the community just for a sanity check. Again, once that process of upgrading some of the internal providers is complete, there will be documentation that will be going out. Again, Scott, Andre, Artur, and other members of the core team have been fine-tuning that documentation over the last couple of days to make sure that the provider upgrade experience is as easy as possible for those that are using the CLI. And obviously, again, the core team has been working very closely with the Praetor team to make sure that they are optimized. But again, that documentation is going to be hidden until an announcement has been made, so that there's no folks from the providers and the provider group that are jumping the gun and trying to upgrade prior to when they should. So there will be documentation that again will be shared in provider channels in Discord and on just generally in social, but look out for that soon. That documentation is currently being hidden, but again, will be made available to folks when the time is right.
Did anyone take a shot at answering the question here? By
Which one is
I
that?
don't know
Chad?
how to pronounce this. Is it possible to use Akash Network to develop open source AI models there? If not, I'll take a shot at this while Greg is refueling.
Yeah, no one's talked about it yet, Chang, so feel free.
Awesome. Well, here there are really two big things here. It's going to be access to GPUs themselves, right? And the constraint, like the control of information. So for those who either have access through GPUs, through buying them outright or leasing them through private cloud or central cloud, centralized cloud providers, whatever the source may be, the control of and access to hardware is one element where there's control. The other side of it is going to be the information and how models are trained themselves, right? And you'll hear that a lot of the kind of machine learning processes that train the AI tools that we use today are often opaque and not open. So those are kind of two distinct, albeit somewhat related, vectors that create kind of locus of control for companies who have the resources and who are doing the work. And Akash Network can definitely help in both of those areas, whereby folks who have or don't have access to GPUs, as Greg eloquently stated before, can get access through Akash Network's distributed network of providers and GPUs in order to use them that they would normally have access to potentially, and train their own models, right? So they can have the physical hardware and resources to do so. Secondarily, leveraging open source information via Hugging Face or any other resource that they have available to them, using the resources and training their own models, right? So there are kind of two elements or two areas that Akash Network can definitely help break apart, or at least help, I guess, assuage some of the centralization within the creation of models themselves, as well as the hardware side of things. Does that make sense?
Thanks,
Thank
Jay.
you.
Great context there. Just want to shout out as well that we are under an hour until the mainnet upgrade occurs. So less than an hour away. And definitely if you have any other questions while Greg is away, feel free to post them in the chat and we'll get to them.
As Zach said, with us under an hour, I just want to check in with Overclock engineering team. Thumbs up, how you all doing? Just anything you all want to talk about or sync on that you haven't already?
Yeah, Tower, I don't think there's anything at this point. I think we're ready to go.
Appreciate you, Scott. I see Luna is asking the very important questions in the chat. I'm currently eating grapes. Arthur, Scott, Andre, what are you guys eating?
Which chat is that?
It's a live stream chat. Luna asks, what will the OCL team eat for lunch or breakfast to prepare for the mainnet?
Borscht.
Protein bar.
Protein bar, there we go. Chips.
And 36-gallon bucket of coffee.
Yeah, second on the coffee.
Oh, sorry, and also 1 metric ton of chocolate.
Important to specify it's a metric ton. Don't want to get that mixed up.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Hey, Taylor, just to think on that, do we want to share consensus state during upgrade on this screen? Or
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. As we get closer, that's a good call out, Arthur. As we get closer, we will stop, or I think once the block height is reached, I will the countdown will no longer be necessary, and then I will hand over or Arthur will start sharing his screen so we can start going through the consensus process and see which validators have upgraded as we march towards 67%. Again, while we wait, I know that there will be a demo later on during this live stream on the provider side from the Praetor team. Again, once the Praetor team has upgraded their tool and they've connected with folks that are probably upgrading their providers in Discord, they'll be involved in the chat, but they also will spend a couple of minutes to show the process of using the Praetor tool for anybody that's trying to build the provider. That'll be happening later on today. So look out for some announcements when that'll be happening. Again, the priority is making sure that the upgrade is producing blocks successfully and that everything's as stable as possible. So again, the focus will be on the engineering side, but we will leave some room for some folks in the Akash community to, again, introduce themselves and give a demo. We have been trying to connect with some folks on the validators because, again, there's a number of unbelievable validators in the Akash ecosystem. A lot of those validators are either sleeping or like to keep themselves private, which we completely respect. So again, if you have any questions about what the validator process is like, there are some validator channels. I believe there's a validator forum on the Akash website that you can learn, and documentation about what the validating process is like. But we're about 51 minutes. And again, part of that process could involve you having to wake up in the middle of the night to make sure that you are upgrade ready. So much appreciate, again, all the validators in the Akash community that are helping us get here.
Seeing some additional questions in the chat now with regards to the naming convention of mainnets. Internally, I do agree. The naming is a little bit, shall we say, sanitary as far as, 1, 2, and 3. Naming them would be cool, but we would have to, I think, all agree on some sort of convention there. I guess the one that you propose is good as any. I don't know. Around this one, we're I think internally just calling it the GPU mainnet.
Yeah, we have a
I do
couple names.
I do
for it.
like the idea.
Yeah. Later on, we actually plan to start using major versions of Go, and that way we're gonna call the network name. So for the same pretty much as Osmosis does, and I believe some other networks like V16, V17, V18. That's what we're gonna do, and we can give them some nice names for that. But as for now, the naming, so the official name is 0.24.0. That's the official network upgrade, and that corresponds to the version of Akash node.
Resolver said, Flux uses those names. Please, let's not do that. Noted, Resolver. Oh, Andrew coming in hot with a super mini question. I think so. The long answer is for tokenomics 2.0 to be in action is going to require a lot of work. There are so many components of it that have yet to be brought to the forefront, I guess, in a meaningful way. So even multi-currency support, aka stable currency support, this is still just the initial release of it. There's still a lot more work that needs to be done to make it as useful as can be, to integrate more currencies and integrate them more seamlessly. So there's still, even within multi-currency support, there's still a lot of work that remains to be done. So for AKT 2.0 to be completely done, soup to nuts, I can't foresee that being a 2023 event. It's most likely going to go well into 2024, if not more, just depending on how some of those features get worked on or not, right? Like the independent IDP accounts, for example, sub accounts that will fold under the community pool or side by side with the community pool, that architecture still has to be ironed out and built, right? Some of the mechanisms for rewards distributions, so from take rates, for distributions for security budget, distributions for potentially, burning AKT, et cetera, all those types of things need to be really well thought out, proposed, built, tested, iterated on before we can migrate to something that is that we kind of put on the back burner a long time ago. So the answer to your question is there's still a lot of important work ahead of us that we would have to really knock out, in addition to everything else on the core side of things, right? Not just the AKT 2.0 side of things that have to be really fleshed out before we can really even think about something like the Super Mini ever again.
So Luna just dropped a good question in the chat, but before we switch topics, do we want to give people just a quick overview of what AKT 2.0 is for anyone here currently that's not familiar, or anyone that's listening in the future?
Certainly, yeah, we can definitely give a highlight. Again, the materials, as far as the initial discussions of AKT 2.0, the written part of it was published a little while ago by Greg. And we've since, I think, submitted 2 or 3 different discussions within GitHub, ideating through specific elements of AKT 2.0, right? So AKT 2.0, all it is kind of a revamped, if you will, in layman terms, of the tokenomics that Akash Network launched with. Initially, for those of you who weren't with us or who need a refresher, right, Akash Network launched with a very high rate of inflation at inception in order to really bootstrap security for the network. And that was done remarkably well. The design worked as intended. And since that point in time has, petered off quite significantly, and especially in this particular environment, minting tokens when we don't have to is, at a rate where we don't have to was, anyway, so that was kind of drawn down a couple of months ago. And in AKT 2.0, we're really focusing on leveraging the token emissions to achieve very specific stated goals. And some of those goals are bootstrapping the supply marketplace for GPU providers, for example, as one of those. Another one would be creating incentive programs for deployers, right, for tenants. That's another big component of it. A third component of it will be funding and bolstering the community pool even further to enable projects like CloudNose, like Praetor, and others like it to be funded and built, right? And a lot of the community pool, for example, at this point in time is funding things like the Akash Network Hackathon. I think sign up is currently live, so go check that out if you guys are interested in contributing to Akash Network in any in a meaningful way, right? If you're technical and you're just interested and you want to tinker around, build something, look at, look to there for inspiration or inspire others. Please do drop in. In addition to events, right? Getting Akash's name consistently out there. I know events historically have been something that OCL core team hasn't been able to consistently necessarily attend or engage community members to attend, simply for, budgetary reasons. And with, using, being able to use the community pool to help bring the community into the fold, and doing this in a very public way with full accountability and transparency has been a huge boon. I think, keeping Akash Network's name out there consistently within the Cosmos community and beyond keeping it front of mind and top of mind for, potential would-be investors is also huge, right? And just continuing to build partnerships and relationships out there. So those are some of the ways that AKT 2.0, the kind of the revamp and really specific allocation of the token economics as far as use cases are concerned, is being mapped out. So that's why when I say IDP, the incentive distribution pools are really important here, because each pool has envisaged in it, right, specific set or set of program features that it is intended to fund, like a developer fund, security budget, incentive programs, etc.
That's great context. And there's a link in the chat currently that goes to the stable payments and take rates proposal. So if anyone wants to dive in and take a look at what AKT 2.0 is under the hood, go ahead and click through to that link. I know Luna derailed you a little bit, but definitely a really good question here. Is there anyone from the engineering team who would want to take Luna's question, which is, what would a version 1 of Akash Network look like from an engineering perspective? What would mark the move to a stable version? And if nobody wants to jump on now, I'm sure Greg will be able to answer that here shortly.
Well, frankly, I would say we are probably actually on V1 for a while. One of the reasons we keep naming version convention this way is due to way that Golang handles major versions. Pretty much what happens is, as soon as you define major version, the module becomes incompatible with previous versions, and that creates a little bit of discrepancy for developers, especially for internal use cases when we did split the repository into multiple parts, when the provider have been moved to own repository, and now provider has actually been split into small multiple parts. We decided to keep it this way for now until we make a decision what's going to be the best way for us to define major version. But yeah, in the future, we actually plan to start make each network upgrade as the major change. So what we have right now is good to be considered as V1, and the next one will be most probably V2.
Thanks, Artur. And Luna, let us know if that answers your question.
All right, Andrew, let's say some third party can build a custom PC with pre-installed stuff to the Akash marketplace and sell like a project on top of Akash. That's, I mean, not an engineer, but sounds like that could work. Not advice either. We're just ideating here a little bit, right?
Another question from Luna. He says, another question for the engineering team. Are we planning to incentivize providers to move to TLS-enabled deployments by default, at least change the docs to have it by default? Artur, anyone from the engineering team, you want to take a stab at that?
Are you talking about Let's Encrypt?
Say that again.
Is it Let's Encrypt question?
This is Luna in the live stream chat. It's the most recent question.
Hold on a second, I don't have it opened.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's asking about Let's Encrypt.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good question. So there are a few challenges to the Let's Encrypt from, I believe, our last discussion, and we need to find a way to make the configuration as easy as possible. So I think we might start working on that really deep after provider split. But yeah, we need to check. I believe you submitted PR some while ago regarding this issue. And I think there are still quite a few open questions to that implementation. This is really good reminder for us to start working on it, but there are quite a few things that need to be considered before switching to that issue. So I frankly said I don't have a good answer for now.
Yeah, thanks, Arthur. It's Andres here. Just wanted to add a few more notes on the Let's Encrypt certificates. So basically, you can enable those for the provider domain. So they will be available out of the box for the tenants, like at the ingress level. And that's it. And to enable them on a cache level, basically, we need to manipulate these ingress settings and add certain annotations labels there. There is actually a issue opened in the support repository. But I will send the link into the live chat so you can read more information about it. Or just ping me directly on Discord. I'm Andy01.
Thanks, Arthur, and thanks, Andy. Luna, let us know if that answers your question. Also worth calling out that we're a little bit over a half hour away from the upgrade itself, so we're coming down to the time. Bear with us for the next 30 minutes or so. We're all working. The whole team is working, I should say, across a number of different meetings and places and on a lot of things at the same time. So bear with us. We'll be back shortly. We should have Greg back in just a minute as well.
Cool. As we approach, as Zach mentioned, about 30 minutes out, just want to reiterate a little bit of the process, the development process has gotten here, and just like shout out a couple of folks again. A number of members of the Overclock Labs core team have been spending a lot of time, shout out to Arthur and others, on developing a lot of code that went into this mainnet 6 upgrade. From there, other members of the engineering team, Scott, Andre, Joseph, others have done extensive testing and validation of many elements, whether it be again the providers, some of the new features that are part of the mainnet 6 upgrade, where again take pay goes. So there's been a extensive testing internally done over weeks, months. Obviously, there's also been a GPU AI incentivized testnet where we brought people from the community and from the larger public to test out the GPU functionality and a number of other features that are going to be available in mainnet 6. From there were a couple of issues that came out of that AI incentivized testnet. Those issues have been resolved, have been tested internally, and then have been tested externally by members of the community. Again, shout out Adam Waz, who's doing Burning Man right now. But again, he's built a wonderful community of folks that if anybody here on the call has an interest in supporting Akash any more, then again, just participation and using the network. There are other ways in which you can participate, including the Akash Insider and Vanguards programs, which again, were leveraged to do extensive testing of the upgrade process of how Akash works in different scenarios. So I just want to shout out members of the Insiders and Vanguards who are on this call, or who might see this later, for all of the work that they've done. There is a sandbox environment that currently exists which is running a similar version of what's going to be upgraded to today, the mainnet 6. This sandbox environment will be available after the mainnet upgrade as well. And this is again a place where developers, folks can test out the Akash network without using mainnet. But again, there's been some extensive testing in Sandbox from members of the internal team and many members of the community to test everything from stable payments, take pay, to GPUs and a number of other features on the network. And again, once the testing was done and there was a comfort level from the core team, there was a proposal that was put up on chain that was voted on by the community to have the mainnet 6 upgrade. That proposal was passed, I believe, on Tuesday, with this block height that we are approaching in about 29 minutes. And here we are, again, about 29 minutes out from mainnet 6 upgrade, which will unlock GPUs and a number of other new features on the Akash network. So shout out to the Overclock Labs core team. Again, the Akash community in general, Insiders, Vanguards, and a number of other people that have been building providers, using the Praetor tooling, using Console, using CloudMost, and a number of other community developed tools for, again, deploying and setting up providers on the Akash network and making sure that those tools are ready to use when the upgrade happens. So shout out everybody in the community for all the work and all the coordination that got us here. About 28 minutes out. So yeah, that's all I have. Much appreciate everybody, and I'll pass it back to you, Zach.
Thanks, Ty. For everyone, we have a number of Insiders and Vanguards that are in the audience right now. If there's anyone who's not a part of those programs and may be interested in finding out a little bit more, there's a link to the community page on our website. If you click through to that, you can see both the Insiders sign up form, and I believe the Vanguard's link is there as well. So if you're interested at all in becoming a deeper participant in the Akash community, check that out. Those programs are both run by our head of community, Adam Wozni. So definitely check those out if you're interested. I did see a message from Greg that he mentioned he was back. Were there any questions? I'm going to scroll back through the chat. Any questions that we missed that Greg would like to answer? And if anybody has any questions for Greg that haven't been asked yet, please leave those in the chat now. Greg, actually, I have a question that maybe we could address as we're getting close to the upgrade time here. I know we talked about it in a number of different ways and definitely in more depth, but maybe it'd be good to give everyone a quick overview of all the features we're expecting in mainnet 6 and just to touch on what the AI Supercloud concept is, because I know we've been talking about that publicly quite a lot. So for anyone who maybe is not familiar or has not been keeping up to date with everything coming in mainnet 6, do we want to just give everyone a quick overview?
Yeah, give me a second. Addressing something real quick.
Sure, no worries.
Right. So mainnet 6 upgrade, we're obviously the biggest and the most exciting feature is the GPU marketplace. This is, I believe, the first instance of an open market for GPUs. There is no open source market right now available, centralized or decentralized. So this is the first time ever the world is experiencing what an open market for GPUs look like. And it is coming amid the biggest supply crisis we have for GPUs. So, and the supply crisis is, a symptom of inefficient distribution of these chips, right? So the world has been reliant on cloud providers for the distribution, and cloud providers really failed here to distribute the GPUs that is aligned to the needs of the people. So that gives an opportunity for an open network to be able to take place in the cloud. So this is by far the biggest and the most exciting feature of mainnet 6. Second biggest feature is the ability to transact using stable payments. Stable payments are being or volatility with AKT has been a thing I'm seeing. Overclock.net. Who's our computer? Can you please not do that? So stable payments has been a big feature, a request that's been requested because AKT is volatile, and the volatility of AKT means that it's not so good to pay for long running workloads. So anything that goes beyond an hour, the volatility of AKT. I mean, this month alone, AKT grew like 100%, right? I mean, it doubled the value. So it's not either, in this case, really the tenant who's paying for the AKT gets impacted, right? So because of workload has been priced, let's say a month ago with a certain amount of AKT, now the AKT value went up, it hasn't been repriced. So that's why having a stable currency as a means to pay is very, very critical. And we are super excited to introduce that big feature. Obviously, and the third main thing is stake fees. So this is the first time we add sustainability. So far, Akash security budget really came from inflationary tokens. Akash, again, for those of you that may not be aware or haven't, to give a refresher on token economics, I mean, Akash has a max cap of 289 million tokens. There were about 100 million tokens that were initially minted. These, the rest of the 289 million was supposed to come, over time, right? So, and over the course of, let's say, yeah, I believe it was 80 years. So anyway, so the inflation rewards will be now complemented with the take model. So take fees from the hosting fees alone. So that's a key feature that's been introduced with Eclipse 2.0. Along with other key upgrades, so a lot of bug fixes and a lot of exciting upgrades from a Cosmos SDK standpoint, which is also exciting. So, yep, that's pretty much what we have in a high level. And there are other small features, I think, on anyone from the overclock engineering team can go through.
To yaw in the chat, is there any landing page available for me to read more? I will drop you a link to the Akash website. That's going to have basically all of the info you need. So feel free to click through there and let us know if that answers all your questions. Pavan in the chat asks, how do you incentivize GPU providers? I know we touched on that a little bit before, but do we want to maybe give another overview of that?
Zach, I guess in terms of the GPU incentives for providers question, I guess we look at it in two phases. There was a GPU AI incentivized testnet that Overclock Labs put together. And again, Overclock Labs had some rewards distributed to folks that participated in that incentivized testnet. Folks that brought on providers during that testnet, we reached out to a number of those folks and have extended some incentives for them for mainnet, so that there is, pardon me, some GPU supply on the network, and those folks are readying themselves right now to bring on GPUs onto the network. In addition, I think Greg mentioned this yesterday during the steering committee. On purpose, it's a delicate dance when you think about the supply and demand side. So I know on purpose, Overclock Labs core team has been thinking about incentives for GPUs for GPU providers, but is going to fine tune that incentive structure after the mainnet happens. And then we'll share announcements with folks and keep the community up to date on all things related to mainnet GPU provider incentives. Again, there's been discussions that have happened internally on the Overclock Labs side, but again, wanted to understand better demand and supply and do that dance a little bit so there's not just a bunch of idle supply on the network. So yeah, again, look out for more announcements there, and anybody can feel free to add to that answer. But again, Greg gave an in-depth answer at the steering committee meeting that just happened yesterday in regards to incentives for GPU providers on mainnet. Looks like we're about 15 minutes out from reaching the upgrade block height. There is some conversation continuing in the validators Discord channel. I think Chalabi just put out a snapshot for block number 12605-883. And so we have that one. I know that, again, Pokachu and the Pokachu team is also going to be working on a pre-upgrade snapshot within 30 minutes, as well as Andy from the core team at Overclock is also prepping a snapshot one block before the upgrade height, excuse me.
Haila asks a good question here. He says, will there be downtime for users of Akash when the upgrade takes place? Because we're literally about 15 minutes out, do we want to give a quick overview of exactly what's going to happen when we hit block height and what that looks like from a network perspective?
So there will be no impact on the workloads running running on Akash, but the ability to deploy may be diminished. It should not stop because there's always a validators that are signing the blocks, right? But at a time where the majority validators will drop off from the old network to the new network, there will be some disruption in order to deploy or any on-chain transactions, and that is to be expected. Hopefully the disruption will be very minimal, but again, upgrades are decentralized and there's no way to sort of like, there's no one button anybody can push to revert back. It has to be a coordinated effort from validators. So on the bright side, the harder it is to upgrade, the more decentralized the chain is. So let's see. But over the years, we've gotten quite a lot of experience and we learned quite a lot. And we think that this upgrade should go fairly smoothly. I mean, let's hope, but there's never a smooth upgrade, right? So, but I can guarantee you, we're always in the arena. Try a few things. Some may work and some may not, but we always be learning.
Just jumping back in the chat a little bit, Resolver had a question from a little ways back. He said, are funds ever at risk if the validator doesn't upgrade? And then he says that he's referring to staking funds.
I can answer that. So just immediately not upgrading, there is nothing to worry about. But so in that case, the slashing rule applies. If validator misses, I think, 10,000 consecutive blocks, then the validator going to be slashed.
That's good context. Thanks, Archer.
Also, I think this message was put in announcements a couple of times. Scott Carruthers, correct me if I'm wrong, but for after the upgrade, providers are going to have to upgrade their providers to be able to bid on new workloads. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct. So as Greg mentioned, any pre-existing workloads running on the Akash network would not be interrupted for providers that have not yet upgraded. But until the providers are upgraded, they won't bid on new orders or new workloads. So zero impact on pre-existing deployments, but a provider would need to upgrade before they'll start bidding on new workloads.
Thank you, Scott.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to deploy my first AI workload on the mainnet soon after the upgrade. So I think before the workloads are deployed, I think providers need to come online with GPUs. So we've got quite a lot of work right after the upgrade, but first things first, upgrades. 8 more minutes. Let's go. Do we have validators that'll be joining the live stream? I wouldn't want to impose on them, but it'd be fun for them to be here.
I've reached out. Yeah, I've reached out to a number of validators over the last couple of days, and it's a combination of folks not feeling comfortable and or trying to make sure that they have enough sleep ahead of the upgrade process. Robert from the Insiders is also reaching out to some additional validators at this point, but I think many of the validators are now, again, coming online inside Discord and focusing on getting themselves upgrade ready. If anybody wants to participate after the upgrade, would love to have you. Just reach out to me in Discord. But again, reach out to a number of people over the last couple of days.
They're the ones really in the arena.
I know we're under 10 minutes now. We're also expecting a demo from Praetor a little bit later today. Ty, what's the latest on that? Just so folks know what to stay tuned for after we hit the block height.
Absolutely. Again, the highest priority will be around making sure the validators are upgraded and we're producing blocks. After that, there will be some internal testing and upgrading of internal providers that some folks on the Overclock Labs team manage. Once that has been done successfully, then a provider announcement will go out to the general community that that folks in the community can start upgrading their providers. I know that there are a number of folks in the community that use Praetor as their provider build path. And so the Praetor team will be active in Discord, answering any questions that may come around related to, again, upgrading in Praetor. There's a channel in Discord, it's ecosystem-Praetor channel. But then again, Jigger rather from the Praetor team has talked about potentially having time to do a demo around 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. Again, this is all related to how things are moving forward with the upgrade in general, but the tentative time is 2:30 p.m. Eastern time for Praetor to show how to build a provider using the Praetor tool.
So Love asks, what will be next in line for Akash after a successful launch of GPU Marketplace? Will be to get customers and users on providers and tenants onto the network. There's always work that's going to continue that we're going to execute down the roadmap, but emphasis on user experience and distribution. So you're going to see quite a lot of user facing and integrations in that arena. So we will also, please do check out Akash Network Community on GitHub. You'll see a list of projects that are that are currently being worked on and that will have some major updates. And we have moderation, we have account abstraction, the fee abstractions, and Akash AI, the thing we've been talking about quite a lot. So a lot of things that are going to happen hinging on this incredible GPU launch. So keep an eye out. There's lots of exciting updates coming along.
There is a bit of a time delay between the actual time on MintScan and the stream here. So the stream shows about 6 minutes, but the actual time is less than that. I think we're under 2 minutes live. So in the chat there, you have a link to MintScan, so you can watch the actual time roll over, and then it'll hit on the live stream just a few minutes after that.
Archer, as we get down to a minute, do you want to start sharing screen for the consensus, and then we'll switch over to pinning your screen as validators start to upgrade?
Yep, I'm ready.
Awesome. Looks like we're about less than 20 seconds out. We're on about 4 blocks away. About 3 blocks away now. One block away.
I think we're actually going consensus further, and upgrade is being going now.
Okay, excellent. I'll stop sharing. Archer, is there a link for this that we could share out, or is this something that you are just doing on the back end?
No, that's pretty much my laptop.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
Okay, so yeah, so few validators have been updated, and I think we're just now waiting for consensus. Let me restart PD top just in case. Migration gonna take quite a bit of time. We have quite a few things ongoing. And number one is changing permission for the validators that are below 5%. That's quite a few of them. And now migrating deployments as well as market modules to new data types. Tyler, for those who want to see the alerts and actual consensus status, there is a validator alerts channel in Discord.
Perfect. Yeah, good call out.
All right, we are at 60%. Okay, I think we are going now. Yep. Network is making blocks.
Yay.
Amazing.
shit.
That's
That
very
was a smooth upgrade.
Incredible.
Let's give it a couple more minutes just to make sure that
Yeah.
we don't have any surprises.
Yeah, it's too early to celebrate. Let's wait for a few minutes. No tweets, please. Note to self.
I mean,
The CLI is working. I can just do query and send some transactions. So that's a good sign. Now I'm going to have to wait for a few updates from Polkadot just to make sure that most known RPCs are up and we can start preparing for providers to update.
You can also see new blocks on the min scan.
I will stop sharing, so network is ongoing. We can start thinking about providers.
excellent. Thank you.
I don't want to be a wet blanket. I saw one person got an app hash error, so let's hope that it's just a one-off.
Good call up.
Oh, wow. Okay. I think we can call it a great upgrade. It looks like we're good. Blocks, all the block explorers are showing blocks. Wait. See new transactions?
Yep.
Amazing.
So we will give it maybe an hour or so, and then we can start working on USDT.
Proposal.
Yeah.
USDC.
USDC, yeah, sorry.
Jeremy
have a
Miller will
draft.
have a heart attack if we say USDT.
That's true.
USD.
Not USD, no.
Archer, so you want to give it like a couple more minutes, like 5 to 10 minutes before we start thinking about providers?
I think we can start doing maybe hours.
Okay.
My biggest worry is RPCs that providers use. So we need to make sure that they are using correct RPCs. Otherwise, provider migration will fail. So I would say if most like top RPCs are up and updated, then we can start moving on.
Yeah, sounds good. I think I will start with my personal provider, and we'll verify RPC is has indexed the news blocks. So
All right. Again, there's some good conversation about just ease of process with the upgrade in the validators Discord channel. To Adam's point, I think the person that had the app hash error has identified themselves and is going to get themselves back up shortly. There's a snapshot from the pre-upgrade that the AutoStake team is also put in the chat just in case. Perfect. Yeah, and again, we're just continuing to monitor the validator chat as validators continue to upgrade their infrastructure.
This was the smoothest upgrade I've ever witnessed in any blockchain. I am in awe. It's amazing work, guys.
Shout out Archer and team.
Yes.
Scott, Archer, there are a couple of people in validators chat that have a couple of questions. If you all can look at that in the validators chat.
Yeah, looking.
So quickly, just to narrate this part of the process, again, we've reached consensus. So blocks are being produced. There are still some validators beyond that 67% that are having some issues. Again, we have reached consensus. So a number of validators have successfully upgraded their infrastructure. There are a couple of folks that are having issues and members of the core team, Archer, and Scott and others are reaching out to folks in validator channels and just supporting as we make sure that all validators, again, are upgrading to the proper version.
Do we know any validators that haven't upgraded or having trouble upgrading?
There is one in validator's chat having Akash mismatch, and I think they're going to recover from snapshot.
Okay.
Right now we have 87%, I believe.
Did you say 87%?
Yeah.
Excellent.
All right, so I am going to declare success, 87%.
Artur, Scott, Andre, Anil, any objections?
Nope.
Cool.
All right,
Butterfly,
let's
right?
fire off all cylinders. Let the world know.
Excellent.
Amazing, guys. This is amazing. It's a Herculean effort to get here. I have no words.
Second that. Just want to reiterate, as next steps, Andre from the Overclock Labs core team is in the process of upgrading Akash.pro. He's going to be following the instructions that have been created by Scott and other members of the Overclock Labs team and have already been vetted by some members of the community. If that upgrade process goes well for Akash Pro provider, then there will be announcements that will be shared in Discord and on social media with instructions for how folks can set up upgrade their providers. So again, just hang tight on the provider side until we get updates from Artur, Andre, and members of the core team. And then there will be additional documentation that will be sent out in various channels for folks to start upgrading their providers.
Any news from the Praetor team on provider support for the upgrade?
I know that they've been working hard on making sure that the upgrade process for those that are using Praetor is as easy as possible. So it's 1 or 2 clicks. Unfortunately, because of the way how big mainnet 6 was, there was no way for them to fully test it. Again, there have been people that have been setting up providers in during the GPU testnet using Praetor. There have been people that have been setting up providers in Sandbox as recently as yesterday using Praetor for new provider builds, but provider migration path is something that we have a great deal of confidence in the Praetor team to be able to deliver. But again, that testing has not gone in. I think it's going to be happening right now.
Yeah, it'd be great for them to join this live stream and update everybody. I want to be able to take that for a test run. How about CloudMoss?
CloudMoss is updating their tools. I know that there were some Akash.js items that were being worked on over the last day or so. I believe those issues related to Akash.js have been solved. Shout out Joseph from the Overclock team, as well as the CloudMoss, the Maxes for all the work that they've done there. I have talked to Max about potentially being able to talk during the live stream. I think he wanted to keep his head down and make sure that CloudMoss is working properly. And again, we can connect with him during SIG clients or another special interest group. But I know a number of folks, especially on the development side, want to focus on making sure that everything is working and the user experience for those that are trying to either use the Akash network or upgrade their infrastructure is as smooth as possible.
Great. And console?
Console is in the, again, same state. I believe that there is a new version that's been added and to Sandbox last night. And there will be continued testing today. Joseph, I know that you may or may not be on this call. I don't know if you have any updates on your end as pertains, or Anil, maybe, as pertains to console. But I know a lot of work has been done over the last week or so to get console ready with changes to Akash.js, et cetera.
Yeah, we're working on getting the new version up.
Great. Amazing. The ecosystem is coming along, upgrading to mainnet 6. So can't wait.
Absolutely. I do want to take this opportunity to shout out again, just the special interest groups and working groups. There are a number of special interest groups that if anybody wants to get more involved in Akash, I know that there's going to be a special interest group around economics happening next week. There's special interest groups happening around clients where folks talk about tools like, again, CloudMos, Praetor. There's a number of other clients that are being built on top of the Akash network as we speak. There's a SIG around providers, where again, we get updates from Praetor team and a number of other folks that are in the provider ecosystem on Akash. There's SIGs around analytics, a number of other concepts. So if there's a way that you want to get involved in continuing to push forward the Akash network, feel free to look at in Discord. There's a number of events that have been added for a schedule of when upcoming monthly meetings are. If you have any questions or comments, there's a number of Discord channels that you can, again, ask any questions in, introduce yourself, but just get involved. There's a number of ways to, again, get involved in continuing to grow the Akash network. So please don't feel shy.
All right, let's look at CloudMos. Amazing, guys. We're seeing one GPU here. That's amazing. We're seeing GPUs being reported. Few more GPUs come online very, very soon.
Hey, Andre, I'm just checking in to see how you're doing with upgrading your provider.
Yeah, I just reported the information internally. There's like on my personal provider, there is issue with migration of the manifests to V2 beta 2, and I'm trying now to upgrade on the Hurricane provider. So we'll see if it will go smooth there.
Thank you. Just a quick update from various communications channels. It sounds like some folks that were initially having some issues on the validator upgrade side have solved those issues. Thanks to everybody that, again, that created some snapshots and have walked on some of those validators through the process. It sounds like those issues have now been resolved, and folks will continue to, again, upgrade their validators to get us to 100%. Obviously, we've already reached consensus. Additional notes, it looks like the Praetor team is in the testing process right now for their upgrade process. And again, we'll be presenting a demo shortly once that testing is done. They'll join the live stream. And it looks like I just got an update from the CloudMost team as well, that CloudMost is ready to go. And once the providers have upgraded, then CloudMost should be working properly. So again, shout out to the CloudMost team, Praetor team, Console team, and all those others that are working on building tools on top of Akash.
Also, shout out to the block for really covering Akash Mainnet. The first article was, the news was opened by the block. So thank you so much, Vishal, if you're in the chat. Amazing job, sir.
Again, right now we're in the process of upgrading some internal providers and testing the instructions out, making sure that everything is working perfectly with the provider migration and provider upgrade process. Once provider upgrade process there's a great deal of confidence on the Overclock Labs core team, instructions will be sent out. So again, please hold tight in terms of upgrading provider infrastructure. Wait for announcements from the core team in Discord, social media, etc. Greg, I'll keep this graphic up if you need to handle some other things and want to turn off your video. Andre, just checking with you to see how the provider upgrade is going for Hurricane.
Yeah, it's the same, exactly the same issue. It's already a good point that it's not something else. So it will be probably easier to troubleshoot. Arthur's gonna look at it now.
Zeke wants to know if there's any update. I think he missed the boat by a little bit here, Zeke.
I think Zeke was looking for an update on the provider side, which is Andre just gave that update.
So it looks like there are some manifests are failing during dry run. We're just checking right now what's going on.
The provider manifests.
Sorry?
The manifest for providers?
For deployments, yeah.
Deployments.
We have to migrate them because the structure has changed due to new types like GPU and so on so forth. So the migration is failing on the stage.
Sounds good. Thanks, Arthur.
again, just to check in with folks, the Overclock Labs core team is working on some issues related to the provider upgrade process. There will be an update available soon here and in announcement channels when providers can start upgrading their infrastructure. So please hang tight for an announcement from the Overclock Labs team. to those still watching, there will be a demo from the Praetor team. I think they're working on some last minute items and they should be joining the live stream very shortly. Again, we're still waiting for some provider announcements so that folks in the community can upgrade their providers. But while we wait, we'll bring in the Praetor team to talk a little bit about Praetor and all the advancements they made in the last year plus. So hang tight.
Hey, Tyler. So I would like to give an update on provider migration issue.
Perfect.
So what we just discovered actually is that some of the deployments that have multiple volumes, for example, one ephemeral and one persistent, they should have different names. And for some reason, all of them have name default. That's why actually migration fails, which is a good thing. I don't know yet at what stage those deployments appeared. Is it like through the CLI or through CloudMOS or through console? So we're gonna have to check it later. I'm working right now on the solution by actually workaround, just to make sure that everything is all right. And then we're gonna try to execute an update again. Unfortunately, we cannot change those deployments because those are group specs and the group specs are immutable on the chain. So we have to find some way to fix it. I'm working on it right now. Hopefully, maybe next 10-20 minutes, we're gonna have something.
Perfect, Archer. Thank you for the update.
Archer, just to make sure that I understand, are you referring to a persistent storage deployment that uses default instead of an explicit declaration of like beta 2 or beta 3?
Yeah, no. So that's the storage class, but there is a volume name. I'll show you an example right now. There's one deployment that I just discovered it that is running on Hurricane. And I will post a query so you can take a look what I mean.
Okay.
I just sent a message in Slack and in the thread, give it a check.
Okay.
So what you want to see most bottom resource group storage, you can see there are two volumes and they both have the same name default, which is, I don't know how that happened. So we develop migration on the way that it checks actually name, because the name has to be unique. So the question number one is why that was let through during the actually deployment creation. That's question number one. But question number two is what client has created that issue. So yeah, anyways, I just did dry run on Hurricane provider and dry run succeeds. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to cut new release. In maybe 20-30 minutes, we should have release out.
Perfect. Thank
Fantastic.
you. Yep.
Thank you.
Andre, Scott, do you have any questions? Feel free to ask them here if you won't. But I think Archer, appreciate that update.
Yeah, no, Archer answered my only question and showed an example. So yeah, I'm all set.
Okay. Awesome. All right, again, so for those that are listening in, looks like a problem has been identified. Archer and team are working on a solution right now. We should have an update and a new release potentially in the next 30 minutes. But again, there will be announcements made in Discord. And again, we can just continue even as we push to a live stream. Again, if the live stream happens to end at some time, we can always continue the conversations in Discord through announcements, through Vanguard and Insider and just general support. Cool. I do see Jigger available. Jigger, are you ready to give a presentation or a demo and talk a little bit? Can you? Yes. Okay, perfect. And
Yeah,
are
I'm
you able
ready,
to
yeah.
share your screen?
Yes, I will share my screen. Just give me one sec.
Okay. Again, I just want to share a demo with everybody from Jigger and his team. Jigger is a member of the Praetor team and has been working on Akash for at least over a year at this point. He and his team have gone through a number of programs. They've gotten grants from the Akash grant pool when that was available, and then have participated heavily in the SIG and working group structure since that started. Jigger and the rest of their team are just an important part of the Akash ecosystem. A number of folks in the Akash ecosystem use the Praetor tool as a provider build process. Obviously, there's great documentation developed by Scott and members of the core team for folks that want to build a provider using CLI. But again, there is a large audience of folks that would like that process for building a provider to be easier. And the Praetor team stepped up, I think, a little bit over a year ago, and again has done a great deal of work in improving the provider tool over that time. Again, they've now in recent months aligned it with the Helm chart process that's being used by to walk through the Praetor provider process. Again, they supported the GPU testnet, so folks have been able to build GPU providers using Praetor. But just much shout out to Jigger and the Praetor team for all the work that they've done. Again, I just want to give them the platform to show off the Praetor tool.
Thanks, Tyler, for the heads up. So I'm just setting up my machine. Just give me 1 minute.
Hey, Tyler, just real quick. I will drop off. Let me know if I need to jump back.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great call out. Before we start the demo from Jigger and Praetor, again, Scott, Andre, Archer, if you have any announcements, feel free to step in, and I'm sure Jigger will understand. We can pause for real quick and make sure that we handle anything related to the provider upgrade. So I know that the Overclock Labs core engineering team is working in the background. But again, if anything needs to be communicated here, please just feel free to chime in, and we can pause the demo temporarily to talk about anything related to provider upgrades. Cool. With that said, I'll kick it back to you, Jigger.
So thanks. Let me share my screen. Let me know when you see the screen.
Yes.
Awesome. So I just created a new wallet for like a new provider experience. So I'm just gonna show you my wallet. I have some balance, and the process just starts as normal. You select a mainnet here as a testnet, and sandbox will be taken down after some time, right? So please select the mainnet, connect. Will be asked to verify your identity, so approve. Yeah, so once you have connected your wallet, you'll be asked about how many servers you are providing, one server or more than one server. So both processes are a little bit different, use a little bit different technology in the behind. One server uses K3s, more than one server uses K8s. So, and then if you already have Kubernetes, then you can like skip this step. I have one server right now with the GPU. So we're gonna do the demo with the GPU for this demo. Let me select this. Just gonna put my credential here. I'm gonna provide a GPU. So it's a type NVIDIA, and it's a T4. So it's a Tesla 4 model of the GPU. Next. Oh, sorry, it's video. Yeah, that works. So we are installing all the dependencies and checking the system if it's compatible with everything that we're going to install. If any dependency is missing, we're going to install that dependencies as well. This process is going to take some time as we are installing, because if you are providing a GPU, we are also installing GPU dependencies like NVIDIA toolkit and drivers. This process will also restart your server as NVIDIA recommend that. So we are including that as well. So this process will take time. If you have any question, please feel free to ask. Then we'll wait for this process to complete. And again, as Scott and Arthur says, we are waiting for upgrade process to be fully functional. So please do not upgrade right now through Praetor or without Praetor right now. Please do not upgrade your providers. We will post a update in Discord, in our Discord, and in our Akash Mainnet Discord provider channels. So you will be aware that we are ready to install we are ready to upgrade our providers.
Again, while this process is ongoing, as Jigger has said, again, right now, nobody should be upgrading their provider. There'll be announcements made in various channels when folks can upgrade. I know that the Praetor provider build process is something that many, again, people in the community use often. There's a number of analytics. I think Greg mentioned at the top of the live stream that Praetor team also takes into their tool. So again, feel free to browse the Praetor app website for a number of tools related to the provider experience. If anyone has any questions, feel free to throw those questions in the chat. Again, I know that Jigger and the Praetor team are very active in Discord. But again, if anybody has any questions about the Praetor team or just anything about the process, feel free to throw those in the chat.
Yeah, just one thing. It's always GPU build takes some time, so don't worry. It's not stuck. In the background, we are doing like a lot of process, so it just take a little bit patience.
Excellent call out. From your experience, how long does the process usually takes, just so again new users know what to expect?
Around 5 to 10 minutes, but less than 10 minutes, yeah. In general.
Perfect.
Yeah, it always depends on what kind of machines you have, because sometimes it takes, now it's goes, right? It takes sometimes to restart a machine, it takes some time, because if you have a heavy server, if you have a lot of things in your server that does when you restart your server. So if that takes a long, then obviously it's going to take a little bit more time. But if you're like doing any spot install from Amazon, then yeah, it's very quick.
Jigger, while this process is ongoing, if you want to, I would love to talk a little bit, because I know that you've been involved with Akash for a long time and seen a number of like changes. You know, you've been a part of IP leases coming to fruition, persistent storage coming to fruition and making that available on Praetor. I believe that you're also a member of the Akash Insiders and are also a validator on Akash. But just love to hear you talk about maybe a little bit about how was the validator upgrade experience for you today, and team, and just, you know, just general experience while, or in the new, I know you've been involved in the working groups for content moderation as well. So, you know, you've been involved and hands-on a number of different processes in the Akash network. So I'd love to hear a little bit about the validator experience today, if you don't mind, and just general thoughts.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so basically, our experience was very good. This, as Greg said, again, this was the smoothest upgrade in a lot of time, like very recent time. There are like a lot of issues in multiple chains happen, right? But this time was like click and done. That was that smooth, right? So we do not see that often upgrade that goes this smooth, right? So experience was very good, and I think a lot of validators will appreciate the efforts that team has put into making this whole upgrade this smooth, right? And also like the team who has tested in a testnet, right? That made the software more rigid, right? So yeah, experience was very good. Now we are on the like next step. So I'm just gonna stop my screen for a little bit to import my wallet. I'm just importing my wallet. So just filling out this cipher and password, and you can also use manual mode if you do not feel comfortable. Works it the same way. You just have to log into yourself and put into your just follow the instruction, and you will able to provide the wallet to your server. Just gonna verify, and once it's verified, I will start my screen. Okay, and just gonna share. Awesome. Now, every provider, there is a domain associated. So then you can point like provider dot your domain .com to this IP and star.ingress dot your domain to this same IP. So I'm just gonna say add. Now here I can set up my pricing. Now, as you can see, like because I have provided a GPU, it's asking me for a GPU price as well. I can go in more detail on advanced setting as well. I can put the IP scale price, endpoint price. Everything is by default we have provided, but if you wanted to change it, you can change it. As you can say, like GPU price, let me say 150, I can put the 150 USD per unit. So this is the main change happened in this minute. We have moved our whole price scripting from AKT to USD. So now this whole price is like 1.6 US dollar per thread per month, right? 150 US dollar per GPU per month. So that's how it's all calculated. So I'm just gonna say next. You can put provider attributes if you want. I'm not gonna do that right now. Now my becoming provider process has started. This will create on-chain provider for our own provider, and then it will also start provider service in Kubernetes. And this is we are very aligned right now with the process that Akash Network recommends us. This is like latest process that all the CLI documents follows, that we are the same thing we are following right now. So I have provided the values. I have already pointed this into my server. So click next. Again, if you want to do audit on your GPU or your provider, you can also apply for audit from here. Mortar will do the audits on you and they will give you the result. If you wanted to apply, you can apply. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to skip it. As you can see, our provider it's ready and it's started. So I'm just going to go to CloudMost Deploy and check if our provider is good to go. So refreshing. As you can see, our provider is up and online. And as you can see here, t4praetor.com, you see one GPU is available. So our GPU, like I said, it's GPU model and ready for. Yeah, everything works fine. We can go ahead and I think this is the whole demo, right? It's how simple it is to become a provider through Praetor app. You just like click and provide the information as you. It's very, very simple. Click, and just wait like 5 minutes and you will be able to become a provider. If you have any questions, please let me know in the chat.
Yeah, there's a couple questions in the chat. I'll read them out. Harsha asked, does the pricing, you are on a pricing screen, does the pricing include the take fee for USDC use? Jake, you might be on mute.
Yeah, sorry, I was muted. I think yes, I think the take fee is not. So I'm just asking my senior.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, so currently USDC stablecoins is not included in this upgrade. It's coming in subsequent update, which is minor update. And I think the team is also working on the new new proposal on it, right? So once we have that proposal done, we'll put the take fee inside the price scripting. I hope that answers my question.
Excellent. Looks like there's some other comments. I'm just looking at them right now. One was, how will the providers receive their USDC into their Kepler wallet and then they withdraw? I think this speaks out of their question. I know that, again, the take pay functionality is a part of the mainnet 6 upgrade. As it pertains to user experience, I think that after the upgrade, there's going to be just some discussions in various SIGs and working groups to work together to optimize that user experience. Is that correct, Jigger?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah. Yeah. So we're waiting that thing to go in a mainnet, and once that's functionality available, we'll have some time to implement that into Praetor experience. And once it's done, we will post that into our Discord and Twitter. So when that's available.
Perfect. I just want to add, again, another plug for the SIGs and working groups. If anybody here that is asking any of these questions in the chat wants to get involved in developing solutions around some of these problems, again, I know that the Praetor team has actively been working with overclock teams and other teams like Cloudmo's team to solve problems around content moderation, around user experience for the provider, and a number of other provider experience focused things. So if you feel like you want to ask any questions, feel free to participate in the SIG providers Discord channel or participate in a meeting where you can ask any further questions or just get up-to-date strategy updates from the Praetor team and all the things they're kind of thinking about and working on.
Yeah, absolutely. And as Tyler was asking that, how was our experience in participating in like open environment that the team has created, right? So it's very good because now every major functionality that is being implemented is actually going through this process where we create a working group first and then discuss on a working group and then find out what spec we need to work on. And then we do the special interest group and then we go through this channel, right, where everybody is involved, right? And I think that helps to create this great product. In general, we solve a lot of issues by voicing our like everybody's voice, right? And everybody has a say in it. So yeah, if you have any ideas, like please participate in these groups. They are open to everybody. And if you wanted to do like monthly like updates, you can also do like provider monthly meeting. There's like a client monthly meetings, right? So you can also join those meetings to get monthly updates. Also, there's like steering committee meeting that also oversees all the projects that is going on within the network. I think that also helps you get up to date on what's going on. Yep.
Yeah. Much appreciated, Jigger. So again, much appreciate that demo on, again, how easy it is to go through the provider build process using the Praetor app. You can also see, again, on the tail end, Jigger was able to show some of the provider details, which is, again, a new feature in the last 6 months. So you can find out, again, where a provider is, what kind of resources are available on that provider, and just some, again, general analytics. So I know that the Praetor team is doing a lot of work on a number of different fronts. Again, out of the steering committee yesterday, there was some discussion about content moderation. I know that after the provider upgrade process is complete and mainnet 6 is stable and moving forward, Praetor team is going to continue working on the moderation API that I know that they've been working on, but again, it's been put on hold to this point. As Anil's mentioned, amazing demo. If anybody has any questions, feel free to throw them in the live stream chat, or again, throw them inside of ecosystem Praetor inside Discord. If there's any questions related to, again, a specific provider or provider build, I know that Jigger and the rest of the Praetor team are very active in those channels when folks ask, and other members of the insiders as well. Terrific. Well, again, Jigger, thank you for that demo and talking a little bit about your experience on Akash. As a reminder, we're still in the process of waiting for an update from the Overclock Labs core team. I know that they're working on a new release for the provider migration. So hang tight for updates both on the live stream and in Discord.
Hey Tyler, so release isn't going, should be out maybe next 10-15 minutes. And Andy and Scott will give it a test.
Perfect. Thank you for that update. Again, as Archer just mentioned, a release should be out in the next 10-15 minutes. From there, Scott and Andre will do some testing, and then we'll make announcements from there.
Another announcement, Axelar USDC governance proposal is live on chain now. It's 228.
For anyone still listening, again, just want to remind folks that we went through the mainnet 6 upgrade process. That upgrade was successful and blocks are being produced. Currently, there is an issue related to the provider migration that is being worked on, and there will be a new release cut very shortly. That release will be tested by the Overclock Labs internal team, and there will be announcements made in Discord and on social media when it's time for providers to upgrade their infrastructure. Again, we will continue the process like we do with many of the other mainnet upgrades by talking to folks and communicating with folks inside Discord. There'll be messages that go out on social media with documentation around how to upgrade providers when the time is right. But again, please look out in Discord in the provider channel and the provider announcement channel and various other channels for next steps on upgrading providers. Again, there will be a release coming soon internally that will be tested. And then from there, there will be announcements made to the general community. Much appreciate everybody that showed up to the live stream today, that asked questions of Greg. Thank you to Jigger from the Praetor team for the demo, and again, all those that participated in chat. Please look out for continued announcements in Discord and on social media. And again, please feel free to participate in upcoming special interest groups and working groups where you can continue to get involved as an individual or a team in building the Akash network. There will be GPUs. I believe there's already a GPU online, but there'll be continue to be GPU supply brought online. So take a look and please continue to communicate and grow the community on Discord. Much appreciated, everybody. Again, that's a wrap on mainnet 6 upgrade. The Akash mainnet 6 upgrade was a success. Please look out in Discord for further messages on providers and ways to get involved. Have a great day, y'all.